morning, everybody. I would like to introduce myself. I am Carrie Ray. I am the president of the board of Speed Skating BC. First, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting today and tomorrow on the traditional and unceded territories of the Secwepemc peoples on the land in which we work and play. I'd like to welcome and thank everyone once more for giving your time to our sport and traveling to Kamloops. Our time is our greatest resource, and I hope you will feel that you have spent it wisely this weekend. The opportunity we have at our summit and AGM is unique to the other times we meet throughout the year. At those times, most of us are busy with any of the other number of roles that we fill: officiating, coaching, volunteering, participating, or just cheering. Our focus here can be on the growth and celebration of our sport. I would first like to acknowledge and introduce the members of our board. Other than myself, we have Scott Stewart, who is our vice president at the back. I have our treasurer, Alexander Tay, here at the front. Our secretary, Janet Lacusta, also at the front. And we have directors, Dan Bastianson and Carol Duguid. These are our board members. I'd also like to acknowledge the staff we have present here today. We have Valerie Linton, our executive director at the back, Chris Acton, our technical director at the back, and I would like to introduce to you our new summer student, Patrick Gu. I would also like to introduce both Jacqueline and Louise at the back from TOA Consulting. They are here to work on the strategic plan with you this afternoon. This past year, we have been fortunate to return to the training competitions and events of the before times. My computer just went to sleep. I am proud to be a part of this community that has shown its resilience and strength through the last 3 years. We have learned many lessons, some the hard way, and have worked to meet the needs of our membership through both new and existing programs. My approach to the role of president has been to provide value and clarity to our membership. As a provincial sport organization, we are responsible to both our clubs and our NSO Speed Skating Canada. We have a commitment to our funders to ensure their contributions are used responsibly, to our individual members, whether they are athletes, officials, coaches, or volunteers, to support an environment of safe and respectful sport. Today is packed with information. During this valuable time together, I encourage you to ask questions. Introduce yourself to someone you haven't met before, and this afternoon to share your perspectives. The strategic planning session is your chance to impact our association's future. This process thus far has been dynamic and engaging, and I hope you lean into that. And before we get going, I would like to introduce Dave McQuaid. He is, or was, the former president of BC Speed Skating Association, as it was then known, and is a current member of Speed Skating Canada and is board member, of Speed Skating Canada, and is our guest this weekend.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, members of the board, for inviting me here today. First and foremost, I didn't use my computer. I used paper. I'm kind of old school that way. First and foremost, there are currently a number of wildfires burning throughout the province, and our hearts go out to our speed skating community members and all the communities and families that may be affected. It seems like yesterday that I last stood before the membership of BC. This sport truly brings families together, and that's one of the things that keeps me coming back. While many faces have changed, and it's so great to see so many new people in this room, I'm confident that the passion remains strong, and it's so nice to see so many faces in this room that I actually know. I recall my first BC AGM, and some of you probably will remember this. My very first words were, "Speed skating is an amazing sport." And short track is like roller derby on ice. Oh, I couldn't believe I actually said those words. I wanted to crawl under the podium. But one of the things that I can tell you is that faux pas seemed to be an icebreaker. I realized then that I was actually, there we go. I actually realized I was a member of the BC speed skating community. On behalf of myself and Speed Skating Canada, I do again thank you for the invitation. And I want to just provide you a few highlights of what's been going on in this past year. I've been a director now for 7 years on the board and have seen a number of changes within SSC and the sport in general. Like our provincial and territorial members, we have come out of the pandemic, and I believe we're all a little bit stronger. In talking to many of you yesterday, I found out that for many clubs, there's actually waiting lists. And I asked my question, why? And well, it's easy. We need more ice time. We need more coaches. Not the coaches that we have just can't handle the number of skaters that we have in many clubs. So, that's something that we can grow towards. But we're seeing also a resurgence in membership. And from a SSC standpoint, we look forward to working more and more with the PTSOs. And we've seen a big change in that over the last 3 or 4 years. When I first became part of BCSSA at that time, it was provinces want this, SSC agrees to this, but nothing happened. Everything was slow. And what we're seeing now is that the employees, the staff at SSC are many more than what they used to be. We now have the resources that we can help our PTSO partners. It's going to take time. It's not a perfect world, but we're starting to see some of those benefits. From a registration point of view, I can tell you it's been amazing this year. In 2018-19, on a national basis, there were 13,000 registrants, 13,137. I'm using registrants as opposed to members. That's a huge discussion area from an SSC standpoint. This year, we're 13,189. So we're ahead of where we were pre-pandemic nationally. Not to take anything away from what Chris may say or Kerry may say a little later, but I will tell you that BC is ahead of pre-pandemic numbers right now. So congratulations to everybody here. From a safe sport perspective, SSC has officially adopted the Universal Code of Conduct to prevent and address maltreatment in sport, better known as UCCMS, as a standalone policy. We did that in February. SSC also signed on to be a member of the Abuse-Free Sport Program, which we call OSEC. We signed on again in February, which was effective March 1st. Also on March 1st, SSC officially launched, the Safe Sport Speak Up line. It's a new independent reporting mechanism that supports the intake and management of complaints from all participants within the Canadian speed skating community. This is so vitally important. We want everybody, whether it's a volunteer, whether it's an athlete, whether it's an official, we want everybody to feel safe in this sport. I will admit I'm being a little bit behind of what's happening provincially on this, but it is my understanding that provinces and territories have had or are in discussions with the Sport Integrity Commissioner to also join the program or develop one that works hand in hand. From an international standpoint, inclusive of World Cups, 4 continents, juniors, and championships, this past season, our Canadian teams racked up 109 medals, inclusive of 37 gold, 40 silver, and 32 bronze. This coming year, SSC is hosting 5 international events. That's one more than we've ever hosted before. Also this past probably month and a half, we officially launched our 23 to 27 strat plan. The SSC strat plan runs from year 2 in the cycle through to year 1 in the next Olympic cycle. We're currently in the hiring process of a new CEO for Speed Skating Canada. This process has taken a little longer than what we had hoped. However, one of the things that we've learned in the past or from the past is that if you want to do it right, it's going to take the time to do it. Our sport needs to grow. We need to be able to work together. From day one, I was and I'm still a huge believer in grassroots. Some of you may remember when I was standing before you, we would have an AGM and the PowerPoint presentation would have little grasses on the bottom of it. You probably even walked in one day and you saw grasses on the tables. That's what I still believe. SSC and our national teams, developmental teams, cannot be successful unless we grow this sport from down deep. We need to find new participants. We need to have great coaching, which you already have. We need to have the ice surfaces. We need to have clubs in cities like, as an example, Surrey, fastest growing city in Canada. We don't have a club there. There's so many reasons for that. I know that. But this is what we have to do, whether it's in BC or across the country. Our sport has to be truly national. Right now, what we see is a large group of skaters out of Quebec. Congratulations to Quebec, they've always been strong. But just to let you know, BC has been strong as well. BC has the ability to host both national and international events. BC also has, count them, 6. Jamie McDonald, Eden Donatelli, Alana Krause, Denny Morrison, Josie Spence, Jessica Hewitt. What do they all have in common? They're all Olympians. I apologize if I've missed anybody before that. 4, Abigail McCluskey, Laura Hall, Samuel Green, Allison Demaray. Individuals that are currently on either the national team from BC or the developmental team. It's amazing. BC has done an amazing job in placing athletes on the national side. Please continue to do that. Continue to grow strong. I have my faith in all of you that you can do that. Thank you.
Just going to give a quick shout out to Lena Hiller on that one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Personal favorite of mine. So now we have Chris in our Tech Talk. Everybody comfortable?
Don't be sitting for too long.
It's meaty.
Is it? I don't know. You're a presentation girl. All right. Hello, everyone. I think, just checking around the room, I think I've met all of you at some point in time. It's nice to see you all again. Welcome to Kamloops. So we're in this talk for a bit, as you can probably see from the agenda, but you're not thankfully going to be listening to me for the whole thing. You're going to have some opportunities to get up, and you're going to have some opportunities to work in groups during the next 2 hours. So let's get into it. That's me. So we have started to be a little bit more clear over the last couple of years about defining how we structure our programs, and that's so that we can better explain them, so that we can better market them to funders, to potential sponsors, and so that we can keep them a little bit more clear in our brains as well. So we've done some work. We have some of this on the website, but a sort of a quick breakdown is what you see on the screen right now, which is that we have things divided into community sport, performance sport, and coaches and officials. And I'll say right off the bat that the link between community sport and performance sport, there's not a line. It's sort of a blurred line, and so some of the things in there you could probably put right down that dotted line in the center. They're not necessarily exclusively in one bucket or the other. So today we will go through most of these programs, give you the updates of what we've done for the past year, what we're planning to do for the next year, and We're going to talk about our competitive stream, and within competitive stream we have academy, provincial competitions, BC Winter Games, have some good updates for BC Winter Games, plus we have to have some conversations this weekend about BC Games, and regional series, something new, we'll get there. Also within performance sport, we've got Gen BC, Team BC, and part of Team BC is also Canada Games, which of course only happens every 4 years. We just finished a Canada Games quad, so we had the Canada Games in last season, but we will be looking ahead to 2027. National event hosting and then interprovincial competitions, so those are things like the WEC series on the short track side and the classic series on the long track side. We won't be going into detail about that because that sort of sits a little bit outside of what Speed Skating BC does. And finally, within the coaches and officials stream, we're going to go through the certification pathway, which is a little bit different than professional development and recognition. So this is kind of an outline of what we're doing today. I'm going to pause for a second. I realize that I'm having to turn around to see the screen because my computer's way over there. Can you still hear me when I turn briefly, or should I make sure to absolutely be facing back forwards for you to hear me?
No, you're good.
Okay. You think they can hear us okay? Perfect. Okay, so community sport. So the first one that we're going to talk about is Fast Fun Friends. So our Fast Fun Friends program is a resource program. Speed Skating BC provides resources to the clubs. Things have happened. Please hold. I don't know what things have happened, but we're not mirroring anymore. Okay, sort that out. Going backwards. Alrighty, back on track. Are you guys good on that end too? Yeah? Good to go? Okay. Fast Fun Friends. So our resource program, we provide the resources to the clubs. You run your Learn to Speed Skate programs. So there are a number of physical resources that we provide. We have Fast Fun Friends booklets, we have stickers, and we have a Fast Fun Friends stamp that each club should have that you can either stamp on the certificates, or a favorite in my club is certainly you stamp it on their hand or their forehead or wherever they ask for it. The other thing that we have are virtual resources, so you can print off PACE awards. PACE awards are personal achievement celebration event, and you can make a PACE award for just about anything to hand to a skater. A club letter, welcome letter template, so it's with the Fast Fun Friends branding, and you fill in your information. Here's who to contact if you have questions about equipment. Here's who your head coach is. Here's when we practice, so you just have to plop in the information. And then a Fast Fun Friends program benchmark. So this is more for the club executive, less for the coaches, to sort of go through and say, are we meeting some widely accepted standards around a Learn to Speed Skate program? Who are our coaches? What certifications do they have? What additional trainings do they have? How long are our sessions? What's our ratio to coaches and skaters on the ice? What kind of equipment are we using? How often are we reporting back to the parents and the users of this program? So it's not if you don't pass on the benchmarks, it's not like you don't get to use the Fast Fun Friends resources, but it's a good way to do a self-check and see if you're sort of meeting the standards. So this program is going to continue for the next season with ultimately no change, and what we are going to ask the clubs to do, and you'll hear this word a couple of times, is enroll. So we will ask you to enroll your Fast Fun Friends program, and at the same time then order the print resources that you need. So that enrollment will be coming up probably early in the summer, so that we have time to order all the material and get it out to you for the beginning of the season, because some of it you will want at the beginning of the season. So the next thing we're going to do, I'm going to invite someone from Kamloops. Who's coming up? Sandy's coming up. And this will be, so this is where we get to hear from our clubs, how they use these different programs. So it'll just be a couple quick questions to Sandy so that we can hear how a club actually put this into action. And this is a very open, flexible program, so not every club is going to look the same. There's not really a wrong way to run Fast Fun Friends. So having said that, what did the Kamloops club
thing. There's not a wrong way. Well, we've used it for, well, as long as we had the certificates now. So we usually do some presentations at our wind-up and make sure that everybody is getting something. So this year, Sam and Sylvie and I got together and came up with some fun ones for everybody. So we actually put a bit of fun into their awards this year, which was well received. So in the past, I've also used it for things like PBs or any sort of accomplishments, and it's just they're really fun materials, which makes it great. We also use the book for the pin program, and this year I was a little short of pins, so I had to spray paint a few to change the colors. So sometimes, yeah, creativity there, but anyway, yeah, the booklets are really nice too, but could have less from all the beginning to gold in one book, but that's okay. It's still fun. So yeah, that's pretty much how we use it.
Awesome. Any part of it that you would absolutely make sure that you're using again next year?
The certificates, and the stickers. The stickers are fun too. Yeah. So we use those for assorted. Yes, Sam. Oh yeah, yeah. We use it for everybody, right? Yeah, we use it for everybody. But yeah, the stickers are definitely fun, and you'll notice many of our older kids have those stickers on their laptops, etc.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So we'll use the certificates, the stickers, the what else we got?
Stamp.
I couldn't find the stamp, but Sam's eyeballs poked out of his head when you mentioned stamp.
So the stamp would have been sent out when we started the Fast Fun Friends program, which was not the beginning of last year, the beginning of the year before. And definitely the feedback that we received was that not all the physical addresses we had on file for the clubs were the correct addresses, and sometimes resources went to people who weren't actually involved with the club anymore, and finally it was sort of like, I sent it here, and oh, that person. And so we did send them out, but when we ask you to enroll your program this year, we can sort of leave do you have your stamp? Do you know where it is? What should we do next?
We did receive it. I just don't know where it is.
Excellent. Thank you to the Kamloops Club. Appreciate it. Okay, we will move on to I Can Skate Fast. So I Can Skate Fast has a slightly different focus than Fast Fun Friends. Fast Fun Friends really is for you to run your existing Learn to Speed Skate program. I Can Skate Fast is a program that's meant to expose and literally just expose people to the sport of speed skating so that you don't get that question all the time, that exists here? So that people actually know that speed skating is a sport that you can do in a community. It's not just a sport that's on TV at the Olympics. So this is a program that we formally started at the end of last year, wrote the curriculum. Thank you to Diane, who was instrumental in reviewing the curriculum as a retired school teacher and giving some feedback on that. It's a 3-lesson program. The first 2 lessons are off ice and very easy to deliver in just about any setting. The third lesson is either on skates or on inlines, and it is in development. We are still hoping to have a grant to be able to fully develop out that lesson plan number 3. So the I Can Skate Fast program was started here in BC. Speed Skating Canada was very interested in it. They picked it up mid-last season, so you can see now it's SSC branded, and I have started the instructor training for instructors across the country. So we should be very proud that our BC program is now the exposure program across Canada. To deliver the I Can Skate Fast program, we do ask that people become formally trained as instructors. It's not a difficult training. It's just so that we know that there's some level of standardization of how this program is being delivered. So there will be some training sessions for instructors through the summer. It's honestly only about an hour, maybe an hour and a half long. It's not a very complicated program. And again, you will be able to enroll any I Can Skate Fast sessions that you might want to run, and you can run them in a variety of settings. The Kelowna Club ran one at a City Family Day event this year. The Vanderhoof Club that we're going to hear from in a little bit went into a school. I've delivered it in schools I think, with SSC. Yeah, so you'll enroll it, and then when you enroll it, you will receive some of the materials to support that as well. So first thing we're going to do is have Terry, Diane, both come up and tell us a little bit about one of the programs that they ran in Vanderhoof. Welcome to the front. So Vanderhoof, you've run this a couple of times now, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, tell us about one of them.
One thing you need to do is we made the arrangements. We'll do all the grade 3s that he does, yeah. So unfortunately, we didn't specify that you should do them in small groups. So we walked into the gym and there were over 50 kids. So madly adjusting everything, but it worked out okay. We actually, a couple of kids that came to fundamentals group, I coach fundamentals and the adults, said, we came because you came to the school, basically, and got us interested in speed skating, and went home. We sent fire home after the sessions. So what we did is we combined session 1 and session 2 together. And when we did that, we had a storybook. There's a little storybook that we read to the children.
More about that in a minute.
Yeah. And sort of have the kids all sitting in front of you. When you have 50, you just have rows of them. And then we were in a gym, so we were able to have the activities. Luckily, Terry has more energy than I, so I could direct traffic, and he was the model. And it was really good because we could set up a track in the gym, sort of give the kids all the basics. We had our little school bell. What happened to our school bell?
The little dinger part actually rolled off in the session and flying across the gym.
So,
I've been here not during meet, so.
yeah, so we improvised. But the kids really loved it. And even the kids that you need to put a little more energy into focusing their attention, because it's active, the kids all were involved and all seemed really excited about what was happening. And then at the end of the time, we were able then to, you're going to go through the book, and okay, so I went through the book. So at the end of the time, we were able to hand out a little page that the kids would take home that has some information about our club. And the stickers, they all love the stickers. The stickers are a big draw for the kids. Kids, they have them in the face everywhere, so stickers are a thing, definitely. So.
Yeah, I guess one thing I'd add is the main reason was somewhat selfish how and why we signed up for running the program, but it was definitely just getting the exposure out for some of our kids and just recognizing that there's a bunch of families in the community that just weren't aware that the value has to be staying club. So by running the program and getting them actually moving and seeing what it's about and doing things, kind of got their screen on a lot. Went home that evening and tell them that whole speed skating and better. So yeah, I know for a fact that by holding those sessions with those kids had a direct impact on our registration levels for student groups. So it was I'd see this as a massive success. And we're really going to get it lined up for next year as well. So.
We did a session in June and a session in September. I would say forget June. Kids' heads are not there. September is good because that's when you're starting up your club and getting things going. And if the kids are excited about something, go home, talk to their parents. The information is there. The parent can phone up Terry or whomever. And I think that's better timing is to do it in September.
Excellent. Thank you. So just to do a little bit more of an overview of the program, lesson 1 is reading the story Lucy Tries Short Track. If you happen to be bilingual and you're going into a French immersion or French school, this is a huge value add, is that the book also exists, Lucy fait du patinage de vitesse, and if you can deliver all or part of it in French, it's such a huge asset because my kids are in French immersion. I can speak French. I went to a French school to deliver this. It was a kindergarten class, so obviously I know how much the kindergartners understand, but even some of the counting, some of the words we did in French, and the principals and the teachers were thrilled because it is very hard for French immersion schools to find extracurricular activities where it can actually be delivered in French. So if you've got someone who can speak French, the book exists in French as well, which is amazing. So this book is fantastic because it really goes through a lovely story of Lucy and her friends who go to a speed skating race, and it has all of the speed skating details in it. It talks about the start line and who crosses the finish line first, and the bell is in there, and the gun is in there. And there's also sports person principles in here. One of the skaters crashes, they go over and give her a hug. In the end, spoiler alert, Lucy is not the one who wins the race, so she has to be a sports person to her friend who does win the race. So you don't have to add any extra details. All the details are in the book. It tells the story of our sport beautifully in the book. So this is lesson 1. You go through it, you add a little things, and you bring the bell and ring the bell when it talks about the bell. Lesson 2 is a more active lesson, and we are going to do some of the lesson 2 activities right now. I do want to tell you that very unfortunately, when this program went national, we found out that the publisher is not planning to print more of these books, and they only had a certain number in stock. So first of all, we are hoping, do you have news on that? Excellent. That's very exciting. So what we have done is we've secured a number of them. We want to make sure that every club has one so that you can deliver the program. And then if there are more available, then it would be as you're doing your enrollment. If the club wants to purchase additional ones, then you can leave it with a school. It becomes one of the library books at the school, something like that. But we do want to make sure that every club has one to be able to actually deliver it within their club. So I have a stack here. Please make sure you get one before you go, but I also do want to record which clubs took which, so don't just come and grab them freely.
Who owns the publishing rights or the copyright for that book?
Orca Book Publishers.
Okay, so they own it, so we can't be licensed, so we can have it published ourselves.
I wouldn't think so. No, that would be, that would be a lot of work.
Okay.
Yeah. And the other good thing we have on our side is Lisa Bose. I don't know if any of you have met Lisa. She does a number of these. Somebody tries something sport. She's a fantastic advocate for amateur sport in Canada, and yeah. So I think Lisa would also be behind this. So what we're going to do next is the I Can Skate Fast demo. This is where you get to stand up. Okay. So we're going to imagine that we've already done lesson 1. We've already read all about Lucy. You know a little bit about speed skating. It's great. I hope you all do know a little bit about speed skating. And now we're going to do the first 2 lessons of first 2 activities of lesson 2. Now I realize that not everybody's dressed in workout clothes, and neither did I intentionally, so that I didn't do anything that not anyone else could do. So I'm going to ask you to all stand up, push your chairs in, and then meet me over here by the over here. Do I have to? Yeah, okay. Oh. Gil, help. It's making noises. Okay. Okay, so when you do the instructor training, you hear a lot of very sort of standardized things. So for example, one of the standardized things is that everything we do, we move counterclockwise, because that's the way we move in speed skating. So it just gets the flow of movement going counterclockwise. So that is what we are going to start doing. Everybody's just going to sort of flow around this room counterclockwise. So let's start moving here. And as we're going, we're going to do a little bit of warm-up, because it's really important. I'm going to make this circle a little bigger. Follow me. Because it's really important that we warm up our bodies before we do physical activity. And remember that the kids have just been sitting and listening to a book. So as we're going, we're going to start off with some big arm circles. And what we're really doing here as the instructor is, you can use 2 arms, I can't, is assessing the physical literacy of our students. And there are some lesson plans written, so if you have to, let's reverse the circle. So if you have to give this into a school, the lesson plans have all the right words for school, like physical literacy and sports person principles and everything else. Okay, we're going to start doing some knees up as we go. So we've already established speed skaters go counterclockwise. We're starting to warm our bodies up. Super simple activity. This is why the instructor training doesn't take long. It's not complicated. Okay, let's start going sideways with our big sumo steps. Everybody turn in, wave at your neighbor across the circle. Fantastic. Okay, we can pause. So you get the point. This is, and obviously we're not moving at this speed, right? We're moving at a more high energy speed. So this is activity 1 of lesson 2. The next thing that we do is I would typically put out an actual track. So if you're in a gymnasium, you're going to use the natural resources of the gymnasium. There's probably a center line. Great, that's your start-finish line. If you're outside, you might be marking it in chalk, doing whatever else. So we talk, coaching voice. These blocks are here. We are not allowed to weave in and out of them. We are not allowed to kick the blocks. I'd like to see everybody go outside the blocks. Let's practice that, everyone. We move, we go outside the blocks. Fantastic. Now, if I say red light as we're moving, what do you think you have to do? Stop. And I'm going to teach you a special position to stop in. We're going to stop in a position that speed skaters use. So I want everybody to put your feet side by side. And then you're going to bend down like you're sitting in a chair and put your hands on your back. Is this perfect basic position technique? No, but this is good enough. So anytime I call red light, we're going to get into this special speed skating position. Let's go, green light. Red light. Green light. Now we're going to take green light up a little bit faster, so we're going to do a little jog when we're doing green light. And who knows what happens when mom and dad get to a yellow light? Incorrect. They go slower. So when you hear yellow light, we're going to start walking. Okay, green light, let's run. Red light. Yellow light, let's walk. And what about if we have a car crash? You remember earlier we saw those big speed skating blades. If we have a car crash, we don't want anyone to get hurt. So when we have a car crash and fall down on the ice like Claire, I think in the book, that would be more obvious because we just read it. When Claire fell, she's going to fall like a little turtle with her legs in and her arms in. So everyone's going to practice. We're going to do this. A car crash. Everyone fall like a little turtle. Green light. Red light. Yellow light. And we're going over a speed bump. Speed bump. Car crash. Just because I want you all to do it. All right, and you can come on up, and thank you very much. You can return to your seats. Okay, so you can see very quickly that we established a number of speed skating principles. We then go on to do some essentially end-to-end starts where we review the starting procedure. Go to the start, ready, go. What I always talk about, I'm not sure how this is going to sound. One whistle means we're going to change what we were doing. So if you were standing still, you're now going to be moving. If you were running backwards for whatever reason, you're going to be stopping. 2 whistles, come on into the center. Super easy code. I also use this when I'm on the ice coaching, but super easy code for skaters. That's why I put this. I was like, why did I put this on? For the whistle. So we established some real basics through the book. We established some real basic through things like now everybody knows what red light is. If something's going out of control, you can just toss up a big red light and everybody's going to stop and get in basic position, which is beautiful. If a skater falls, a runner falls, you can remind them to get into their little position so that nobody steps on their hands. So you're just building like that through the session. It's a very logical build, and it culminates with the skaters actually doing some speed skating races on foot, obviously. So if you go through the instructor training, you'll get some more information, but essentially we do 2-lap races. 1-lap races are really confusing. You have the start and the bell happening at the same time. 2-lap races are by far the most simple speed skating race to do. So we do 2-lap races, and then depending on the group that you're working with, because this can very much be adapted to different ages, different languages, different cultures, newcomers to Canada, and Indigenous cultures, girls. You can adapt it a little bit. So if you're doing it with an older age group, then I would ask them for something like, what number of laps do you want to do in your race next, right? So they have some autonomy and choice. If you want to do the 4-lap race, you go stand over there. If you want to do another 1-lap race, you stand over here. So they get to make some choices. Would I do that for kindergarten skaters? Nope, everybody does whatever number of laps I tell you to do. So you've got a lot of flexibility in the program while staying very tightly in the parameters of the program. So I'm very hopeful that more clubs this year. We didn't have a lot of clubs actually do the training last year, and I think that was just because it was so new. I'm really hopeful that more clubs will do the training this year, offer this as an exposure opportunity. If you wind up getting recruitment out of it, as the Vanderhoof Club did, that's sort of the bonus. It's not meant to be a recruiting program, because we also don't want to be forcing that feeling of like, here we are, right? So it's an exposure, but you might have people coming. So the stickers, the Fast Fun Friends stickers, are typically also given out during I Can Skate Fast, and there's a big reason for that. They have our website on the bottom of them. So if this is the only thing the participants leave with, it's great. It has the website. If you're doing it in a school, I told the kids, put this on the front of your agenda. That means every single night when they pull out their agenda at home, mom and dad are staring at the website for Speed Skating BC, which is fantastic. So this might be the only thing you send them home with. You might send them home with a pamphlet like the Vanderhoof Club did. There is actually a Lucy speed skating maze that you can print for free from online. We have the link to it. So you could print the maze and then on the back side put the contact information for your club. Lots of different things that you can do for that. So this is I Can Skate Fast, and again, enrollment will open, I can't remember when I put enrollment will open, August 2023, so that you can get your resources, more stickers. So they're the same stickers, but you would probably want a set of stickers for Fast Fun Friends and a set of stickers for I Can Skate Fast, so that you have enough to cover both your programs.
A couple of questions, Joyce. The training was online?
Yes, yeah.
And then the other thing is, if the registration is in August, will there be enough time to get those resources to do the September program?
There should be, because it's really just the stickers, because every club's going to have a book, hopefully, coming home from today. Yeah, yes? For the I Can Skate Fast program, there is no, the one book and the stickers, there's no cost to the clubs right now. If you want additional resources, then there would be a cost to purchase them. I think the book is $12.95 per book. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. No, not today. I only have maybe 6 in French. So that would be again on your enrollment form. If you really you have someone in the club, you know you're going to be delivering it in French, then you would order that on your enrollment form. And this is a picture of the Kelowna Club delivering I Can Skate Fast at the Family Day event, which was a great, lots of people were there for the Family Day event. A bunch of people came up and did this, and then we did sort of what would be considered lesson 3. We basically took exactly lesson 2 and repeated it on ice. We did the let's move around counterclockwise, let's play red light, green light, let's do end-to-end starts, and then let's do races. So it was the same thing over again. I think we covered all that already. Okay, our next Learn to Speed Skate type of program is Speed Week. And so Speed Week is a challenge for skaters to race against the clock and see who the fastest skater is. They don't have to be on speed skates. In fact, we actually don't want them on speed skates. We do have a sponsor for this event. It's Black Press Media, and the funds that we're raising are for Kids Sport. So Kids Sport, an amazing organization that gives grants to kids to participate in sport where they might not otherwise be able to participate in sport. If you have any questions about Kids Sport, want to know how to make it happen for your club, please talk to Valerie. But we are raising money for Kids Sport, which also means that they get the word out to their networks about our event. We are planning right now to move the dates of Speed Week. We have had it traditionally in and around Thanksgiving. We're planning to move it because Speed Skating Canada has the open house initiative in the fall where you can enroll with them and then receive some resources from them. And clubs were just reporting that trying to do both of those programs at the beginning of the season when you're also trying to do all the other beginning of the season things was just a little bit too much. So tentatively we are thinking of moving Speed Week to January. But we haven't settled finally on a date yet. So when we know the final date, then we will also know when the enrollment for Speed Week opens. You enroll your program, you get some resources. So I'm going to ask Emily, Tara, who's coming up? Both of you? From the Mission Club, they ran Speed Week last season and the year before. So a little bit of a background on what you did, how it went, what you would do differently.
So we ran Speed Week the first time it ran and again this year. What went well? Really for our club, unlike some of the others, we are not full. We were looking to try and promote the club in the local community. So press coverage, especially free with the Black Press, getting all the resources ahead of time, that was very helpful. So we didn't have to come up with flyers. They automatically ran an ad in our local paper. They came, sent a photographer, took pictures. Tara and her family were on the front in the newspaper. So we got 3 different weeks in the local newspaper, which for a small club is actually very, very helpful. What didn't go well? The fact that there was no leaderboard. That was very tough because everybody else dropped out at the last minute. We were too committed to pull out, so we still ran. But it was quite awkward when you sort of promoted it as comparing to other people in BC, and then there was nothing to compare to. So you couldn't then do another article saying these Mission skaters got the fastest in their age groups because they all got the fastest because they were the only ones. So it sort of flopped afterwards, mainly because of that. Do you want to talk about the sponsorship side that you're looking at with promoting it through hockey and sponsors?
Our leisure center has a PHL hockey team, so we were trying to get them. The feedback that I got from a lot of people was the ice reg is quite clunky to, if you're just coming in for one, drop in, support your local club. I had one lady register for her husband and 3 kids, and she said it took her like an hour to create the accounts and all the waivers and stuff. So I think that was a bit of a
roadblock deterrent. Yeah. But we did look at the possibility of trying to get local people to challenge each other. So the thought of not just having individual skating, but having people skate for specific, like I'm skating for this Rialta team, and then challenging other Rialtas to send a skater to represent them. It hit our municipal elections last year, so we also approached all the candidates and challenged them to come out to support kids sport. And we had 5 other candidates show up for the day. None of them actually skated, which I don't blame them. As they said, a broken arm or a broken leg 2 days before an election isn't going to help them.
sure the newspaper photographer there.
Yes, yes. But they did donate to kids sport, and so I think there are other ways you can sort of try and look within your own community to promote speed skating, and maybe to get challenge sort of maybe a school to represent and try and skate against another school. But we sort of didn't have enough momentum, I think, with it just being the one club.
Any
specific questions?
No, that's great. Thank you very much. So I think you probably caught it, but what happened last year with Speed Week, we had a number of clubs registered, and for various reasons, the clubs had to pull out, and Mission was ultimately the only club that ran it. So we are hoping to have more clubs run Speed Week this upcoming year. It's probably not quite as difficult as you might think it is, with the exception of the registration system. And of course, we do have to have the skaters registered for insurance purposes, but we can maybe and the reason it takes so long for Ice Reg, right, is you create an account and you're technically registering for Speed Skating Canada, Speed Skating BC, and the club, and so you've got 3 waivers, and you've all heard this before with Ice Reg, so we can potentially look at some opportunities there, but yes, this is an amazing opportunity. This is an area, and again, what I was saying at the beginning of defining our programs a little bit more clearly, this is an area where we were able to define a program and market it to a sponsor, Black Press Media, who then give you the free coverage. So that's a great opportunity, and of course, we love partnering with Kidsport. All right. Sorry. Yes. You're not really registered for Speed Skating Canada and Speed Skating BC otherwise. So we will note this question. We will take it back, but yes is the short answer. But hopefully there's a little bit more following that yes at some point in time. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, anytime you try it. Same thing with open house, right? I think a lot of people, the SSC open house, a lot of people experience that as well. It's a lot of sign up. So definitely something that we can take back and see what to do with. Yeah, sorry. Something for us to explore with our insurer. Yeah, for sure. I don't know off the top of my head if it's possible, but for sure we can ask. Yeah. Right. Right. Okay, we will investigate.
And when you do the session 3, is that going to retire all of that?
Yeah.
Because that might be a limiting factor.
Yeah, for sure. Yes.
Any chance if we can't having 1 waiver instead of 3?
Unfortunately, the answer that we received so far in Ice Reg is you do have to have all 3 because it is 3 separate associations. But so I think that probably more realistically would be the day membership, so to speak, with Speed Skating BC. That unfortunately doesn't help Speed Skating Canada or even maybe your club in terms of being able to use those registration numbers, because that of course is a thing. But we noted, definitely noted. We will take this back and look at how we can make it a bit easier for clubs. Awesome. Not their SSC number, just in terms of they were actually a registered member of Speed Skating Canada. And so then when Speed Skating Canada is doing grants and Speed Skating Canada is looking at number of memberships, when Speed Skating BC is looking at number of memberships, when your club is looking at number of memberships, those count as memberships. It's not, but it counts. You can absolutely send those things to gaming and those are members.
The other thing that I ran into was that in part of the waiver is the release of information.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually had people say, I'm fine with signing the waiver, but I don't want to release my information to be used wherever.
Right. Yeah, like the photo waiver and yeah. Yeah. It's valid. We can definitely look into if there's a different waiver that can be used for the single day events as compared to a full membership. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was some ways that one of my volunteers came back and said, I'd love to be part of your event, but I don't want, for a single day volunteering thing, to be signed up to release my information because there is that privacy right there.
Yeah, for sure. Right, and if they hadn't signed up, then they're not eligible for the insurance, right? So there's the flip side of it too, is that to be eligible to be a member and receive the benefits of membership, which includes the insurance, you have to sign the thing. So it's a little bit of a catch-22, but we can talk about it. Yeah. Okay, so still in the community sports stream, but now moving out of Learn to Speed Skate and into sort of recreational programming. We had our finales. There's season-ending competitions for skaters who don't qualify for provincial championships. So largely for the younger skaters, this is a picture of the finale in Salmon Arm. And actually, I did not notice this before now, but actually that's my daughter in there. So they are intended to, they look on the surface a lot like an interclub, but they are intended to be just a little bit different than an interclub. Something unique, something different, a different award, a different feel. Maybe there's like somebody comes out to do a special something. I remember many years ago in Richmond, we hosted a finale that was superhero themed, and we had a face painter there, and all the kids were like Spider-Man and everything else, and it was the greatest finale ever. The kids were thrilled. Some of them came in their Halloween superhero costumes and raced in those. So something that just makes it stand out a little bit from a traditional interclub. So the finales are going to continue for 23-24. You will be again asked to enroll your finales. If you enroll your finales, then you get a piece of Speed Skating BC swag for all the participants. So 2 years ago it was all the towels. Last year it was a finale sticker, a specific sticker that said like I was at the finale 23-24, and I've seen lots of those on helmets and around. So I'm going to ask. I'm not sure. Are you coming up to? Okay. So just a little story about what happened at the interior finale in Salmon Arm this past year.
So in Salmon Arm, so for many years in the interior, Vernon always hosted the finale. Back when you hosted a finale, you also got a grant. The swag didn't kind of come with that. The host club would be responsible with pretty much providing something. So Vernon reached out just kind of after COVID happened and was like, we do not have the capacity to host this anymore. Could you get ice on this weekend? Because within the interior, we always seem to have an event in the middle of February for that group of skaters that are not going to BC short track, they're not doing WEX, they have a gap, and we have a huge gap right now in the interior with not a lot of competition for them in that season. So yeah, it's been, we've used the competition as an opportunity for our skaters to have some fun. So we kind of have two streams of what we've done with the event, because it actually falls usually a couple of weeks before BC Short Track. So you have a group of skaters that are trying to get their times to qualify for BC Short Track, and we gear that older group for them, but then and we also throw something fun in for them as well. And then for the younger group, it's all about fun. So there's not a lot of heats to finals, it's different distances, it's bucket races, it's two-person relays. We throw that in. This year for the club, in addition to the stickers, we also worked with a local company and had these really cool finale medals that everyone got as well. So like a participant medal as well. We use I should say, the finale is hosted by Salmon Arm, but it is pretty much run by all the interior clubs. So we had lots of help from Kamloops, we had lots of help from Kelowna. We wouldn't be able to pull this off without their support with it. Skaters that qualify for BC Short Track as a result that weekend as well. So it was really cool. So yeah.
Thank you. And unlike in previous years where the finale was like each region had to sort of bid on whether you were hosting the finale, right now if your club meets the requirements of finale, and some of those requirements are like in addition to sanction requirements, there are things like you do have something different, something fun in there. So if you meet those requirements, anybody can host a finale. So in the interior, I can speak for that obviously because I was there, we had the finale, the interior finale in Salmon Arm. And then the last thing that the Kelowna Club did before everybody dispersed for the season was we had a Kelowna Club finale. And so equally, we also enrolled it. So the stickers came again, and we did the Kelowna Club finale. So anybody can host a finale as long as you meet the requirements. We don't want it to be just two across the province. We want it, actually, ideally every club would host a finale and the kids would have a great opportunity to finish off their season. Okay, again, still in community sport in the recreation stream, we're talking about PAC. So the PAC is participation, achievement, community, and knowledge. which we did as sort of a focus group, and we came up with something that we wanted for our mature skaters. And mature skaters is the term I use. It's not the term I love, but I can't think of another term because it's not just adults. It can be from basically like 14 plus, anybody who's not going on a high performance stream but wants to be competitive for life or even an active for life type of skater. So we've had some PAC camps online. There are PAC certificates that are very similar to the PACE certificates. They just look a little bit more adult in nature, so you can give out PAC certificates. And then we have a PAC community of practice on Facebook, and I know some of you who are in Amsterdam, we're posting on there, and we just kind of connect as a group of PAC skaters. We're very excited this year that we're going to be having our first PAC in-person camps, which is really exciting for us. We had wanted to do this when we first launched the PAC, but we were in the middle of a global pandemic, so that didn't work. So we will have a PAC group at the Academy. That's at the Speed Skating Canada Speed Summit in June in Kelowna. One of the groups for that will be the PAC group, and we already have some of our PAC skaters are already registered to come. And then at the BC Long Track, where we have the Academy the Friday, we booked it for the Friday, right? Yeah, so where we have the Academy the Friday before BC Long Track, one of the groups there will also be a PAC group because we typically have a very big group of masters coming up to that competition so they can get on the ice and do a camp as well. So for all of you out there who are skaters and who have skaters in your club, please encourage them to come to these PAC camps. We obviously want them to be a success so that we can keep doing them. Okay. Any questions about the community sport before we move to performance sport? I know, Carrie, right? I need to talk faster. I don't know what your schedule is. I know. Okay. Okay, performance sport. So within performance sport, we have the competitive part of performance sport, and then we have sort of the performance development, like I'm really truly moving towards high performance. So the competitive is everything from pre-youth and up, so 10 years old and up. So Academy camps. Academy has not changed in that it is a camp-based program to expose competitive skaters, not necessarily elite skaters, but competitive skaters, to a higher performance training environment. Obviously, over the years, we have had to vary what those camps look like. We've had them online, we've had them in person, we've had them pre-competition, and we will continue to do that because the idea is that they're camps, not that they always look the same year to year. So they are open to pre-youth, youth, neo-junior, and junior skaters, so that's 10 to 18-year-olds. This year we will continue with Academy camps, so the ones that we have planned are, as I already mentioned, in June at the Speed Skating Canada Summit in Kelowna. Registration is already open, it's on IceReg, it's on our website, please go register, it'll be lots of fun, and there will be some opportunities for crossover with some of the Speed Skating Canada activities that are happening. I'm really working hard on having some of the national team members there for autographs and that sort of thing because we don't often get that opportunity in the West, to be confirmed. The next one will be in the fall in Fort St. John, the traditional 3-day long track camp, which we haven't been able to do for a number of years because of COVID. We're excited to have that one back. It's a great opportunity to have everyone on the long track ice early in the season. And then we will have the three provincial competitions. So at BC Cup, which is going to be in Prince George, at BC Long Track back in Fort St. John, and at BC Short Track in Abbotsford. That one we are still waiting for final confirmation on ice, and will be co-hosted, or the Burnaby Club will be doing the hosting of BC Short Track in the Abbotsford venue because it's the Olympic size ice. Yeah, I think everybody knows Academy by now, knows what it looks like. Carry on this season. Provincial competitions, I've sort of just hinted at this, so there will be the 3 provincial competitions again this year. Similar idea to previous years where you've got your pre-youth, youth, neo-junior, junior, senior, and masters skaters who have qualified. And then these competitions are ranking competitions, essentially. So they might be used to rank you onto a team, like Gen BC. They might be used to rank you onto a team, like Team BC. We'll talk about both of those in a minute. Or they might be used to rank you literally for who is the provincial champion in your age category. And then you've got the events down there, and we will be talking about this more again in a minute when we look at our calendar for the year. So no big change to provincial events. But we do have a 4th one this year because it's a BC Games year. So I know that it was terribly disappointing when the 2022 Greater Vernon Games were canceled because of COVID. They were rebooked into 2023. It was the same weekend as Canadian Youth Short Track. That didn't work for us. The age categories didn't work for us because we were now, some were on the 100 track, some were on the 111 track, and so we had some very difficult conversations with the BC Game Society and decided not to participate in the 2022 rebooked games in 2023. The flip side of that is that we advocated very strongly that in 2024 we would be able to bring a double cohort. So we would be able to bring the group that would normally go to BC Games, which is U14, 12 and 13-year-olds, but we would also be able to bring the U16 skaters, the 14 and 15-year-olds who are 2022's 12 and 13-year-olds. And the BC Game Society said yes. So that's fantastic. We will have up to 24 positions in each of the 4 age categories. Because the 14, 15-year-olds are Neil juniors, they'll be skating on the 111 track, and so we needed to have Olympic-size ice. That all actually kind of worked out very well for us because the 2024 games are hosted by Lataco Quesnel, so they're hosted in Quesnel, and there are not enough ice surfaces in Quesnel anyway. So we said, Prince George, take us to Prince George. So we will be skating in Prince George. The skaters will be staying in Quesnel and commuting back and forth, which I think is about an hour 20. Yeah. So it's going to be, that's not unheard of. We've done that before with Terrace and Smithers or Terrace and Kitimat, and we've done this before. So yes, they'll be staying in Quesnel. They'll be skating in Prince George. We are just in the process now. We have to be submitting our tech package and how many cans of this do you need. So we're just going through that process right now. We will have the Special Olympic skaters skating with us again. We work with SOBC so that they bring skaters to the games, and their event is co-hosted with our event. We provide basically the technical support. Other than that, the games should look fairly typical to how they've looked in the past. Because we will have a double cohort of skaters, we will not officially have the Young Officials program at this games because some of the skaters who would be Young Officials will be skating because they'll be in the older age category. Plus, we already have a much bigger group of skaters, and as I'm sure you can imagine, the accommodations in Quesnel are not many. So we do have to look very carefully at our numbers. But we are allowed to bring 24 officials to the games. Those are fully accredited officials in addition to the local volunteers. That's separate. So we will have some opportunities for if there is a 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old who wants to be an official at the games, they could apply for one of those 24 official positions. We're just not having the additional young official positions.
Question.
Yes.
The U16s.
Yes.
Have they qualified already for the 2022s, and will it be the same skaters if they did, or will they have to re-qualify now as?
We have to still look at the qualification format, and one of the things I think that's going to help us to answer that question a little bit is how many of them are still even skating. My guess is that we don't have enough 14 and 15-year-olds to completely fill the group anyway, so I'm thinking that most 14 and 15-year-olds who would like to come will probably be able to come, which is a problem. I don't love that we don't have enough 14 and 15-year-olds, but yeah. Yes, Carrie. And then offer the other positions, or yeah. Yes, Emily. So each zone will have 2 positions per division, and it's the zone rep who decides how those positions are given out. I always say to the zone reps in jest, you could draw names out of a hat. Please don't. But you could. You determine your qualification format, and then the wild card positions will be by time because there's no other way to do wild card positions. So many of the zones often choose to also give out their zone positions by time because you're a big zone, you can't get everybody together in the same place. So that very much applies to Zone 8, where your zone goes all the way from Fort St. John to Williams Lake, I think, is in Zone 8, right? Yeah, so that one doesn't work very well for actually having everybody together. And then there will be some wild card positions as well. Yes.
So the age, like how old is the female? Like when do they have to conceive by, when do they?
Speed skating age, so your age is of July 1st of 2023.
Somebody who turns 16 before that is eligible.
Yes.
They're born late, they're the late 2007s and born in 60. Does that make sense? They're the second half of 2007. And then,
So our girls.
I forget how it works with wild card slots. Is it take two from each age group or from each zone, and then if they're not enough, you can say open up the number of wild card slots that the zone had since they said all this. I forget how it works.
Yeah. Yes. So first of all, you can't reallocate zone positions that aren't used. So unfortunately, the zone 1 positions, which are rarely used, we cannot reallocate those as wild card. That's a BC Games Society rule. But of the 8, so if we have 2 per zone in an age category of 24, that's 16 spots. So there's 8 spots left by wild card. And so we will just take the 8 fastest times. And if all 8 of those skaters come from zone 8, all 8 of those skaters come from zone 8.
are you doing what you did in the last bullet to know that each space is only getting one, but guaranteed two if it happens, so we're not losing those spots?
That was a special sort of thing that we did because that was no. Sorry. Short answer is no. Yeah.
So it's more spots we lose now.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Exciting. Very excited to be back at the BC Games. Excited to be in Prince George. Great facility, of course. There'll be long days for sure for the kids, but there'll be lots of memories, I'm sure, as they're hoofing back and forth on buses. Okay, so don't worry. You're almost at a point where you don't have to listen to me anymore. Regional series. So this is not something necessarily that Speed Skating BC is running. This is something that we have heard from various different regions that you want to get together to potentially put together a series, or if it's not a formal series, at least coordinate yourselves better so that you don't wind up with competitions on the same dates as each other. So there is one region which is very much organizing themselves into a formal series, and that's the Fraser Valley region. And is there anyone from the Fraser Valley region who could speak to the play? I've seen the things too, but I think people would like to hear from someone else. So if you can come and tell a little bit, tell a little bit about what the Fraser Valley group has been working on for their regional series for next season.
So Fraser Valley is essentially, just to be clear, we're not talking Vancouver to Hope, we're talking of Zone 3. So that includes Sardis, Mission, Matsqui, Langley, and Maple Ridge. As clubs, we've worked together quite closely for quite a long time because we're all fairly small clubs. We rely on each other to run meets. In fact, it was the Fraser Valley clubs that were due to host BC Winter Games when it was cancelled 2 days before due to COVID. That was a joint, BC Short Track, sorry. That was a joint effort to actually host that on the Abbotsford Olympic ice, because Abbotsford is a tiny club, and again, none of us had the resources to run big programs. So we got talking about trying to sort of be more purposeful in running our meets. We've always sat down together and planned who has meets when to try and sort of coordinate. We did a bit of a switch up the year that Maple Ridge didn't run a meet, but we were talking this year of trying to more, and I think, Carrie, you were talking about this once on one of the calls, about having more meets where we can have heats. So most meets you get 1 200, 1 400, 1 1500, and then maybe something else.
I would say heats there. Other parts of the province are very much already decent.
Okay, maybe it's just the valley then. So we were talking about trying to plan that one club, when they host their meet, so normally Langley's the first one, then Mission, then Maple Ridge, then Sardis, that we would plan it that maybe the younger kids in the first meet would run 2 400, a heat and heat and final in the 400, and the older kids would do 2 15s, and then the next meet you'd switch it round, because nobody wants to run everybody doing 2 1500s because it takes too much time. So if you split the age groups, then you can flip it for each meet, so that one meet you're getting 2 of one race, and the next meet you'll get 2 of something else. So that was part of the plan. We also talked about we're trying to encourage our local skaters to compete because we don't have the membership base that, say, Richmond or Vancouver or Burnaby have. So we were talking about trying to get them to actually register up front for all 4 competitions, and that maybe trying to get some sponsorship for them to get some swag, just to try and encourage our local skaters to actually keep competing, even if they're not highly competitive, because we're finding that the attrition rate of like 13 to 14-year-olds is not great. So that's really just the plan in the Valley, is trying to sort of plan our meets to sort of work together.
Thank you. So the Valley Group has done a lot of work. They've actually put together a proposal. They have a plan. And again, I'm not expecting that every region needs to do this, but at least if the regions get together and have a little bit of this is what we're hoping to do. So that is what we're going to do next, because I think everybody needs a break anyway. So what I'd like you to do is I'm going to put the inventory of events, because people have already submitted their events. That was the first start of this. I'm going to put that up on the screen in a minute. You're going to get together with your region and determine the type of series, lots of air quotes there, that you want to have. So it might not be a series at all. As I said before, it might just be coordinating dates. That's a good start. Map out if there are any series rules, and then determine your next step. So this is an opportunity, since we're here, for you to actually have some face-to-face conversations with the people in your region. I do want to point out a couple of considerations, though. We do not have any plans to change the provincial qualification distances, so the distances that you need to skate to get into provincial competitions, which is 400 for those skating on the 100-meter track and 500 for those skating on the 111 track. So those would be important events to be racing so that people can get their qualification times. The scheduling multiple rounds of racing, and particularly in the shorter distances if you have big competitions like you do on the coastal region. It not only helps to develop the skaters, but it's also really helpful for the coaches, the officials, and, I didn't put this up there, but I should have, the parents. Because the parents also need to understand how you get from one through a qualification round. Strongly encourage that you consider relays in there. Relays are a huge part of short track. At the Olympics, there are 2 relay events and 3 individual events. It's half the events. And we will have relays coming up at BC Games. We have relays at Canadian Youth Short Track. We have the Provincial Relay Challenge at a championship at BC Short Track. So getting your regions to practice relays together is actually a really important thing. I know it kind of gets like poo-pooed out of the way in interclubs, but it shouldn't. It's a legit event. Sorry? Not all interclubs, thank you. And then the final one is just the accessibility concerns. So what I mean by this is a little bit coming back to the first bullet point. Don't make it such that a skater has to go to multiple events to even have the opportunity to qualify for a provincial event. They should ideally have the opportunity to skate those times at every event, because some skaters can only pick one interclub. That's all they have the opportunity to go to. The other thing, and Emily sort of already addressed this, is that if you are having options like register up front for all 4 and get a discounted price, then maybe there's a financial bonus that you get a swag, you get something else, because the last thing you want to do is turn people off because they can't afford to go to all 4. They can't afford the hotel for all 4. That's not so much an issue in the coastal and Fraser Valley region, but if you're in the interior, if in the north, it's also a hotel room to go to an interclub. So just consider those accessibility concerns, that you're not penalized for not being able to go to all the interclubs. So I have a little bit lost track, Valerie. I have till 11:30. Perfect. Okay, it's 10:20. So what I think we're going to do is, I do not expect you to solve the world's issues today. I'm going to give you until 10:45 to get together with your regions, start to have some of these conversations. That will also be your moment to do bio breaks, get some more food. You could go sit outside. So you've got just like the 25 minutes to make the introductions, start talking, and at 10:45 we'll come back and continue on. Okay? Here are the events if you need them.
Or was it in the sunshine?
The audio is still really soft.
We're freezing, we want to sit in the sunshine. We'll put you in the shade. Okay, well.
I just asked what our region carries. Like, oh, there's 5. This is it.
Oh, trying to look up Grand Prairie. I couldn't find them. I looked last week. Yeah. And I couldn't find any dates yet. So.
I got coffee.
Yeah, okay. I'll actually grab coffee and I'll come. Yeah.
It is actually depending on that button there. Okay. There's nothing for it in. So the turn down the speaker. Turn down so the Linux can wire because the stream is being really soft spoken. What time
right, we are, whoa, you turned that up, Patrick. We are moving on. I heard some fantastic conversations. I hope you all have opportunities to continue to connect over lunch and this evening and tomorrow. It sounds like some of the regions have some good plans. So we are going to stay in the performance sport stream and talk about Gen BC, and specifically Gen BC versus Team BC, because this is sometimes a confusing point for people. So while we don't like to use exactly these terms because they're not perfectly representative, Gen BC would be considered the provincial team. Team BC is a team that represents speed skating BC at a specific competition. So I'm not sure if that helps a little bit. So Gen BC is our program that connects our elite skaters. So before with Academy, I specified that it was competitive skaters. So these are our elite skaters. There is definitely less people in Gen BC as compared to who would come to Academy. And we're looking at youth, neo junior, junior, and senior skaters in Gen BC. So we have changed Gen BC a little bit for this year, and that's based on some feedback that we've received and based on our ambitions, actually, where we want to go. So where we would love to go. Speed Skating Canada has done a lot of work, particularly on the short track side, to clarify their programs, their national team programs, their national team B programs, their next gen programs, their next gen B programs, all of which happen at the National Training Center. Next Gen A programs. Next Gen B programs, they've moved and decentralized so that there are 3 Next Gen B programs across the country. So there's one located in Calgary, one in Montreal at the Short Track National Training Center, and one in Quebec City. So they've really tried to decentralize that Next Gen B programming. And so as Speed Skating Canada clarified that, we really want to make sure that we are positioning ourselves such that our athletes can flow from our programming to the Next Gen B centers quite seamlessly. And following Speed Skating Canada's model, but not just Speed Skating Canada, really all sports across the country, is that many sports across the country, is that we want to keep the younger kids decentralized. We want to keep them in their home communities where they're supported by their natural supports, and see if we can enhance their programming where they are. So this is what Gen BC is aiming to do. We decided to move from 2 contract provincial coaches, and I think she stepped out, but thank you so much to Jen and Nicole for all the work that they've done over the past 4 years as our provincial coaches. Their contracts, yes. Their contracts were expiring at the end of our Canada Games quad. We operate on the Canada Games quad, and there she is. Did you hear it? We were clapping for you. Okay. And so we moved to a new position of provincial coach coordinator, and this is a full-time position, so that we do have someone who this is their portfolio. This is what they are working on, is the development of our skaters and the development of our coaches, so that they can support those skaters in their decentralized training environments. So Val will talk a little bit more about this. We worked extremely hard to apply for funding for this position. We were unfortunately not successful, despite lots and lots and lots of work. We were having the position anyway, but we did not get the grant that we were hoping for. We appealed it. We did all the things. It didn't work out. But we are going ahead with this program anyway. So the provincial coach coordinator, PCC. We'll be working with the Gen BC program in addition to the rest of our IST, Integrated Support Team. So that's myself as technical director. Our mental performance coach, Andre, is returning this year. Scott has moved on to many other new adventures. So for those of you who knew Scott, he's actually working in the world of esports, like quite advanced in the world of esports. He's a pretty cool story. And then we will also have a strength and conditioning coach on our team. So these people will be working to support our Gen BC skaters where they are. So in some cases, if they're already at a regional training center, or such as Oval HP, or at a Next Gen training center like Calgary Oval, the provincial coach coordinator will have much more of a touch base role with them. Hey, please remember, because branch registration happens, registration has to come through BC even if they're skating out of BC. Hey, coach in Calgary, please remember to remind your skaters to tell Chris to register. So it'll be kind of that coordination. And also just touching base with our skaters who wind up out of province so that they maintain a connection with BC. For the skaters who are still skating in BC, the provincial coach coordinator will have a much bigger role working with the club coaches or the training center coach, their daily training environment coach, to help support their program and to see where we can enhance their program, and whether that might be a strength and conditioning program from our SNC coach if they don't have someone doing strength and conditioning already, or some support in building their YTP, yearly training plan, or some support in coming to the club and reorienting the coach to cornering technique so that they can share that with their skaters. So new program but not new program, but reworked program this year, and it'll be a little bit flexible as we go. In having done that, the other thing that we did was align Gen BC with the Canadian Sport Institute carding. Canadian Sport Institute carding is how the province of BC supports elite skaters. In other provinces, it's true, you can get direct money. That's not how the BC system works. The BC system works is that the money has been put into the Canadian Sport Institute carding, where you have access to gyms and food programs and discounted merchandise and online webinars and many things. So we want our athletes to really be connected to that, because we find that a lot of the skaters who we nominate to the Canadian Sport Institute don't register with their local center because they're like, I don't really need any of that, I'm already doing this thing. And then if they would actually register and go through the orientation, they'd see that the gym that they are literally training at, that they could be there for free. They wouldn't have to pay. So we really want to connect those two programs together and make sure that our athletes register. There's that reason, but there's also the reason that we actually, one of the things that we get scored on for our funding is whether our athletes register for CSI or not. So we want 100% in that category.
Just a comment about
Yeah.
this. Living in the north,
Yes.
in Fort St. John, there is not one thing that card does for our kids.
In person. In person, yeah. They still get some of the online discounts. They still get access to the online webinars, that sort of thing. And Engage Sport North is aware of that, and I don't want to say trying to solve that. They're at least they're working on it.
I was gonna say, is there like an advocate that
Mhm.
like?
I think that's part of it too. Of course, they look at their numbers and they go, "Oh, no one's registered for the North. No one." So it's kind of like a chicken and egg.
Mhm.
And they don't, because they don't find it beneficial.
Yeah.
My daughter emails them literally like every 6 weeks saying, I would like this gym and I would like this gym, and please, there's Chalk Leaf across the Oval, and there's
Yeah.
and just the feedback we get from them is really not well done.
Mhm.
Have you spoken with Kim specifically?
Yes.
I've
Yes.
given her a lot.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Like it's taken me like 8 months to get her new card. Even like it's
I mean, the only
it's a hard
positive
thing.
is have you ever done the $500 travel grant? Northern travel grant?
No.
You can. You just need the coach to write a letter.
So there are definitely some benefits, and there are different centers that administer the Canadian Sport Institute carding across the province. So on the island, mostly in the Lower Mainland, it is Canadian Sport Institute centers. Elsewhere, it might be Pacific Sport centers, and in the north, it's Engage Sport North. And there are slightly varying levels of service. What is happening in the north, we are aware of it, and it's an unfortunate situation. That is not the case through the rest of the province. So please, please, please encourage your skaters to register. So Gen BC this year has multiple levels. So the top level is Canadian Development, and that's the name of the carding system with CSI. So anyone who is not Sport Canada carded but is performing at that level would then be provincially carded as a Canadian Development athlete. Sport Canada carding comes with actual cash. CSI carding does not come with actual cash. Then they have Provincial Development 1 and Provincial Development 2. So we will have those 3 levels of Gen BC. So you'd be Gen BC CD, Gen BC PD1, Gen BC PD2. And then we've added a Gen BC PD3. So this is very similar to the Gen BC Youth that we had last year. It's more of a recognition program. You get the swag, your name goes on the website. You will have a season planning session with your coach and the provincial coach coordinator, but won't have as regular contact through the season with the provincial coach coordinator, because although we've expanded the position to a full-time position, it still is just one person. So that is sort of what Gen BC will be this year. Gen BC has already been announced, both the bulletin, how you qualified to Gen BC, and the skaters who have qualified to Gen BC have been announced. And if you have any questions about that, feel free to find me this weekend. It's a very manual process. There is absolutely 100% chance that we made a mistake at some point along the line. So if you have a question like, why isn't this person here? Let's look at it. Okay, so that's compared to Team BC. Again, the team representing Speed Skating BC at national competitions, not the interprovincial competitions, not the WEX, not the Classic Series. That would be a whole next level of like money that would be needed essentially if we're going to be sending a coach representing BC to those competitions as well. So when we send Team BC, typically the provincial coach coordinator will be the Team BC head coach. Depending on the competition and the size of the team that we're sending, the coaching development committee would work to choose Team BC assistant coaches from amongst our club coaches, and then managers as well, especially for the Canadian Youth Short Track, because you've got a bunch of 11-year-olds running around and not knowing what's going on, and their parents equally at their first national competition and not knowing what's going on. So it will continue pretty status quo this year for the youth and neo junior events for sure. We don't always send a Team BC coach to the junior and the senior national events because most of those skaters are being coached by their training center coach who's going with them anyway. But when we do have skaters who qualify to junior, I don't think this would ever happen at a senior event, but when we do have skaters who qualify to a junior event who are not being coached, they're an unattached Team BC skater, then we make the arrangement to make sure that they have a coach looking after them. So that's whether that's asking the Calgary coaches to pick them up or Nicole at Oval HP to pick them up or maybe Ontario or whoever else is available to pick them up. Yep, it's Team BC. Okay, Canada Games. So I already mentioned that Canada Games occurred last season in 2023 in Prince Edward Island. The long track event was in Halifax. We sent a full team. Our team did very well with a number of top 10 finishes and a number of finishes just this close to the podium. So we're very proud of them. I'm sure that some of you have maybe already had a chance to wander to the back and see some of the recognition that those skaters will be receiving. And thank you to Richard who did a ton of work to make those gorgeous awards. So the next Canada Games, if I was talking to you about this about a month and a half ago, I would be saying are a big question mark because they were supposed to be hosted up north and then that fell through and we didn't know who was hosting the 2027 Canada Games. It has just recently been announced that they will be happening in Quebec City, which is actually a very good thing for speed skating because it is getting more and more difficult to ensure that long track is going to be included on the calendar for Canada Games. So we can be pretty confident that it's going to happen in 2027 given that we're in Quebec City. So we are basically starting our new quadrennial because we operate on the quadrennial of Canada Games as compared to national level sports which operates on the quadrennial of the Olympic quads. So as we're entering a new quadrennial, this is why Louise and the team are here to do our new strat plan. Like our strat plan, our everything plans go around our quadrennial from the Canada Games. And so we will already be starting to do things like put aside a little bit of money each year so that when we get to a Canada Games year, because the Canada Games are very expensive for us to support our team going to Canada Games, that we have some resources that have been put in place. And the first year is also largely a awareness campaign. Hey, for those of you who are going to be 14 to 18 in this year, did you know you're eligible for Canada Games in Quebec City? And just letting them know this is who you are. You're on our very long list of skaters. Okay. Performance sport, this is one of the things that we have in our current strat plan, which I guess technically is expired now, but is national event hosting. It's very important for us to have national events in BC. It's not typically Speed Skating BC who's hosting these events, but it's something that we want to make part of our strategic plan to ensure that we support others to host these events because it's great for the skaters that they don't have to travel as much. We all know how expensive travel is. It's fantastic for the officials' development and the volunteer development. Actually, it takes a volunteer group as well who aren't certified officials to put on a national event. And for the younger skaters as well who can come out to the Richmond Oval or to Fort St. John and see the Olympic level skaters skating is pretty special. So this past season we had Long Track Canada Cup 1 in Fort St. John. That was also our Team BC Long Track Selection Trials. And coming up next season we have 2 confirmed national events in BC. So The first one will be I have to look at it because this is a new event, so I don't have the name memorized. Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. Neo Junior. I read it and still said it wrong. Canadian Neo Junior Long Track Championships in Fort St. John. So for the first time this year, we already have Canadian Youth Championships, Canadian Junior Championships, Canadian Championships, which are not called Canadian Senior Championships because juniors can actually participate in them. And for the first time this year, we will actually have a Canadian Neo Junior Long Track Championships.
Second time. It was in Winnipeg
It wasn't actually a championship. It was a...
Yeah, they got medals. They got medals and everything.
So it's a formal, like, this is like formal, it's part of it, it's not co-hosted, like this is an event that...
It's a standalone event?
It's a standalone event,
Oh, okay.
yeah. And last year, very inadvertently, the reason that it was sort of tacked on there was because very inadvertently there wound up being not an opportunity to be called a Canadian champion if you were 14 or 15. Because the youth went to 13 and you couldn't, I think at the junior championships you had to be 15 or older. So the 14-year-olds had no opportunity to be called a Canadian champion. That was complete, that just happened, that was not intentional. So there is now a Neo Junior Long Track Championship. And we have been assured on the long track side that for sure the Neo Junior and the Junior Championships, and it always has been the case with the Canadian Championships, will be hosted indoors, which means, of course, that we will be rotating to Fort St. John for these events with some regularity. There is still an ongoing discussion whether the youth championships would always be hosted indoors. There's pros and cons, of course. If it's always indoors, there's a certain number of facilities that can be used, and it excludes everyone else, but it does ensure that the event can actually happen. So that's ongoing discussion. But if that one's thrown in the mix as well, then there's probably even more events coming to Fort St. John because we only have 3 indoor ovals. So I'm going to ask Kate to come up. Kate is meet coordinator extraordinaire in Fort St. John, and just share a little bit of the experience of national event hosting from Long Track Canada Cup 1, but you've hosted so many national events. So.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate up in Fort St. John. As Chris was saying, being one of only 3 long track facilities in the country is a huge honor and a huge responsibility, especially as a completely volunteer-run club. There's a lot of great heart in Fort St. John, and everybody does a fantastic job in stepping up to host these events. Last year was a banner year, really, to be hosting a Canada Cup 1 and then the Canadian Youth Long Track Championships, as well as the BC Championships. So it was a busy year, and having been involved in national hosting before COVID to last season, I noticed a huge difference in SSC and how they facilitated that hosting. They did a phenomenal job last year. We had an onboarding meeting of all the different meet coordinators through the season before the season started to try and get everybody on the same page. There was a lot more resources. There were a lot more resources provided and kind of a central place to get those resources. So I think moving forward, hosting, if you've never hosted a national event, will become an easier thing for people to take on. Now, obviously, that isn't any other club in BC from a long track point of view, really, but from a short track point of view down in the Lower Mainland, I certainly see that we in the province have the ability to do a lot more national hosting, and that the support is there, and it's not as big an elephant to take on, for sure. The other great improvement that happened last year with the national hosting is that SSC sent 2 representatives to each event, technical representatives, and they did a really good job of bridging that gap from the expectations of SSC to the event providers, as well as connecting the parents and the skaters. So they were that overall connection, just being there, and were great support through the event as well. My biggest thing I would say about event hosting to make a really successful event from a club perspective, from a skater perspective, from a
delivery of basically a product back to SSC is that it takes a community, and community involvement, media-wise, sponsorship-wise, it makes it the event, right? It's not just we're hosting some races, we're hosting an event. And that has traditionally been what has made hosting in Fort St. John so successful for us. And fun, right? Any other questions?
No, I think I had questions, but you've already answered them all, so.
There you go. So it's a great thing. We love doing it. It's fun and works well for our club. And the feedback we got from SSC last year after hosting, particularly the youth championship, which, like, the volume of cheering in there, it almost blew the roof off our facility. Is super rewarding. So I would encourage it if any of your clubs have the facility and the ability to do it. Very, very rewarding.
Thank you. So just to tie in a few things that Kate said there, and Dave had mentioned this at the beginning, that Speed Skating Canada has more staff than they ever have before, and that they're putting the staff not just in sport technical roles, but in the sport, like the whole operation. So there is someone whose responsibility is events. She's fantastic, Jill, and I'm sure that you have spent many, many hours on emails and phone calls with Jill. And she is really great in terms of providing that support. She's providing the same support right now as we're organizing the summit in Kelowna, the Speed Skating Canada Speed Summit in Kelowna. And in fact, Jill is literally up for some awards as like a sport hosting. I'm not sure, so it was on Facebook and Instagram. I'm not sure if some of you saw that. So it is a different experience than it was in years past. We do have a second event on the calendar for next year, and that's the Short Track Canada Cup Junior Final in Richmond. We just found out that they were successful in hosting that event. And to Kate's point about you would encourage people to come forward. So what Speed Skating BC did this year is put forth a bid package for the, let me get the name right this time, Canadian Youth Short Track West Championships, not for this upcoming season, so not the ones that would be happening in March 2024, but in March of 2025. So we did submit a bid on behalf of Speed Skating BC with the intention that if we were successful in that, what we would be looking for is a group of clubs to come together to actually host that event. So we have submitted that bid, and hopefully if we're successful, then we would have that competition in BC and be reaching out to some clubs so we submitted it for the Richmond venue, but we'd be looking for some clubs to come together to host that event. All right, that's the end of the performance stream. It seems like a marathon here. I have 19 minutes, see if I can round this off in 19 minutes. So coaches and officials, the first thing that I said we were going to talk about is the certification pathway. And so our Coaching Development Committee, CDC, and Officials Development Committee, ODC, in collaboration with me as the technical director, administer the education, the mentorship, and then the evaluation for coaches and officials at the lower levels of the regional and provincial levels. So on the coaching side, that's fundamental leader, fundamental coach, and intro to comp, whereas Speed Skating Canada takes comp dev, and then the network of Canadian Sport Institutes does the advanced coaching diploma. And on the official side, Speed Skating BC is responsible for level 1 and level 2. Speed Skating Canada is responsible for level 3, and then beyond that is the ISU who does the certification. So these programs are going to continue in 2023-24. Obviously, we need certified coaches, we need certified officials. We can't stop doing these. We have always had an annual online delivery of Fundamental Leader. It's a one-day course in September every year. It's basically for people to be an on-ice assistant. That will continue. We will continue level 1 officials courses online. Now that we're back in person, there can be some opportunity for clubs to do them in person too, but Speed Skating BC will host an online one 3 times through the year. So we're planning October, November, and January, so that September's too busy. You get before the main competition season starts, and then if you have new volunteers coming in after the Christmas season, then you can get them in January. And then fundamentals coach, intro to comp, and level 2 officiating. Those courses will be scheduled based on demand as we see from the coaches and officials. So we've had put out a survey asking people who were interested in those sort of higher levels of coaching and officiating to respond. We had great responses. I took those responses and created for anybody who was at that level an individualized officials development plan or an individualized coaches development plan. So it writes out, here's where I am, here's where I want to get to, here are the steps I need to take. I already have 3 out of 8 modules done. I'm going to bypass this module because I already have this degree, whatever else. So those are all written out. And they are with CDC and ODC right now. We're going to match each person to a navigator so that they can support them through that individual journey. Also from those individualized development plans, I then went through and identified, so what do we actually need to run? What's necessary to run? And so we're just in the process of scheduling the coaching courses. Our goal for both fundamentals coach and intro to comp is to run all of the speed skating specific modules this year. The multi-sport modules you get through your local Canadian Sport Institute or Pacific Sports Center. So some of them will be run online through the summer. Some of them will be run in an in-person workshop probably in October. And for the officials, we have plans to deliver most of the level 2, in fact I think all of the level 2 clinics through the season. Sort of spread out during the season, which isn't always perfect. It would be great if they could all be at the beginning of the season so that everybody could work on it, but we just simply don't have the capacity to run all of the level 2 clinics in October. So they're spread out and we're just in the final scheduling process with ODC. So those dates should be up on the calendar soon. Please make sure that your coaches and your officials have those dates and can plan around those dates. We don't have a big enough demand that we can run many of these courses. So it's sort of like if this is what you really want, then you got to make that your priority this weekend because we just can't have 5 level 2 timer clinics in a season. We just don't have the demand for that. So this is the certification pathway. Actually, there's one more thing I want to say about the certification pathway because it's a question that I get very often. So for anyone who's listening online, for anyone who's here, if you are a coach and you are ready to proceed to evaluation to be certified, or like, I don't know what to do, email me. I will point you in the right direction. I might do the evaluation myself, but just have them email me and I can help sort out what comes next. Oh, it's the same slide. Okay, professional development. So we offer some professional development opportunities. We make sure to share professional development opportunities. Many of those are on our SSBC Sport Technical Community of Practice Facebook page. That's a mouthful. So we have some webinars. We have opportunities at camps. So many of our club coaches, many of them who are in the room here, come out to our academy camps as assistant coaches, learn new things, get the opportunity to actually lead some of the sessions as well. And then the assistant coaching opportunities that CDC would assign an assistant Team BC coach, something like that, so a mentorship opportunity. Through the officials side, we assign officials to provincial events, and then there's also some dollars for ODC to make targeted assignments to say, like, you really need to do this competition. Maybe it's an interclub, maybe it's an interprovincial competition in Calgary, and to help support you to get to where you need to be, or even if they're not financially supporting you, just literally making the connection and saying, here are the people, here's who you should contact, and that's how you'll get on the list. Yes.
This has come up a couple times over the years, but is there any other mechanism than Facebook that can be used for the transmission of some of this information?
Anything that is like an announcement or something that has to go to everyone goes to the officials liaison for the club. I'm not sure how good those officials liaisons are at turning that information around to the officials. So anything that is like must get out goes that and the community of practice.
So a lot of the officials these days are in London. So we don't have like.
Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah. Okay. Noted. I see Valerie typing that one right now. Yeah. Good point.
But we should have the ability with iSreg these days, if people are actually registered as an official,
Yeah.
if we register properly, through iSreg we can take that email list and send it out, but everybody then has to register as appropriate, so they have to register as the official, as the coach, you know, all your different
Yeah.
hats.
We do sometimes send out direct emails to the mailing lists from iSreg, but you are correct. And some people don't even realize that they haven't registered for multiple registrations. So if I register myself as a coach in iSreg, and then I go back and do the whole registration process over again as an official, won't charge me again. You only get charged for your most expensive membership, but that way I'm actually registered as two, so I would show up on both lists. So yes, we have in the past sent it out directly to officials, but we've missed everyone who's chosen to register as a volunteer, everyone who hasn't registered at all, and then those officials who have registered as something else, a skater or a coach. So thank you for bringing that up. It's so important that you register for all of the roles that you have in Ice Reg. So more Ice Reg layers to go through. Yeah.
In that mail out, can you also just send it to club presidents as well? Because I just, especially with our club, our officials liaison isn't always someone really qualified to do that job
Yeah.
either, and they find it overwhelming. So it's two of us.
So we always send it to two. Usually what we do, so it would be like, if we're sending out an email, it would be to the officials liaison and the club contact, or the coaches liaison and the club contact, or the club president and the club contact, depending on what the role is. But the club contact is usually the second email address that we use. We could add a third one and also send it to the club president. Usually the club contact, we assume, is the one who actually is the one who knows the most about, like, because some of our club presidents are excellent club presidents in that they are able to run an association very well, but they don't always know all the technical things about the sport. So we have assumed in the past that it's the club contact who would know the most technical things, but maybe we'll just CC everybody.
I don't know that I've ever seen a place to register an official liaison for. Like I don't know who that would be in our club. I mean,
Yeah,
so
yeah, we have a directory from each club. So if you want to check who's currently listed as your officials liaison, come check with us. But ideally, after your AGMs, you should be sending us who your people are, who your president is, who your meet coordinator is, because the meet coordinator list is one that we use quite often. Send it out to all the meet coordinators. So we do have, we do keep a club directory internally, of course, because there's lots of personal information on there. So if you're unsure of who is on your club directory, please come chat with us. Yeah. The only challenge with that is that I know sometimes that survey has not gotten to the correct person. So come chat with us this weekend if you'd like to. Okay. So on the coaching side, coaches do require, once they are certified, they do require professional development points to maintain their certification. The number of points required depends on which context you're coaching in, fundamentals coach, intro to comp dev. So when we have coaches who are participating in these sorts of things, so when they come to an academy camp, I automatically give you the professional development points. So if you're coming to academy camps, if you're coming to webinars, you honestly are probably building up enough points that you don't have to worry about it. If you're not coming to these things, you're probably not building up enough points, and what will happen to your certification if at the end of the 5-year period you don't have enough points is that you will become certified not renewed. And that's not certified. So if you're going to coach at a competition where it's required that you're certified, that's not certified, that's certified not renewed. So we are now coming into this was put into place now 6.5 years ago. So we are now at the point that we do have some coaches who are certified not renewed.
Could you give us a list?
Of who's certified not renewed. I can't give you the list, but what you can do on the locker.ca, like if you want, you can do a public lookup of an individual as long as you have their name. Yeah, so if you want to check if your club coaches are certified not renewed, you can do that. Okay, and then the last section for coaches and officials is recognition. Obviously, our sport cannot happen without these coaches and officials. We recognize that a good chunk of them are volunteers. So our CDC and our ODC work with the awards committee through the year to do our in-house awards, so Coach of the Year, Official of the Year. They also make external award nominations to Be a Sport, to Speed Skating Canada, name tags, as many of you saw. So any level 2+ officials will have a new name tag. So if you are the person here for your club, make sure you take your clubs back home with you, please. External school credentials, so there is the opportunity to have, athlete as well, athlete, coach, and official school credentials. For the first time in I think 12 years, we were able to update those credentials this year. The ministry did not have that open for 12 years. We were able to update it so it does fit a little bit better with our current terminology. Athlete credentials are relatively easy to get. The coach and official ones are not, and that's not our standard. That's the ministry standard of what you have to achieve in order to be able to get those credits. But they are available. So the athlete side, we automatically process them. The coach and official side, if an individual feels that they website, then they should just email me and I will check if they are eligible or not. It's great for skaters who are maybe looking to take like some spares or something else, but need some extra credits to build towards grad spares so that they can travel for skating. But Carrie's like, what? But otherwise need to build up their credits. And then our junior coaches and officials program, which were redone last year, so they're again brought up to speed with the new terminology, and we are just in the final processes, I believe, of getting the actual award that you can give to your junior coaches and officials. Much easier to get than the external credentials, and then they would have like a pin to be able to recognize that they're a junior coach or official in your club. All of these initiatives will of course continue for 2023-2024. Good news. That's the end. You don't have to listen to me anymore. Very happy to take any questions. We have a couple of minutes. Val's presentation technically starts in 6 minutes, so you can either hold your questions and have a little break for 6 minutes, or if you have a question that you really think everybody would benefit from hearing the answer.
The coaching courses that are being set up over the summer.
Yeah.
That there's the opportunities is going to be available for everybody, or just the ones that must be provided for the survey?
No, everybody. Yeah, anyone can register for them. Yeah, I think we're going to do 2 of the fundamentals coach modules and 3 of the intro to comp online, and then the tentative plan is to have a weekend in October. Day 1 will be the rest of the speed skating specific fundamental coach modules, and day 2 will be the rest of the speed skating specific intro to comp modules, and then you collect the rest of the modules through your local centers as multi-sport modules. Excellent. You have 5 minutes of break, and then Val's on to tell you how we're going to pay for all the wonderful things I just talked about.
Test.
Hi, everyone. We're going to get started in about just 1 or 2 minutes. So if you want to grab a quick quick trip. And then we break for lunch right after mine, and I'm only on for 30 minutes, so it's a quick one. We're on the last leg. All right, so I think we'll get started just because we do want to eat lunch at some sort of point. So we'll get moving on this one. So thank you so much, Chris, for everything that you, for your presentation, talking about all of our technical programs and all of our programming that we do. That's sort of the outward-facing part of Speed Skating BC and all the work that we do there. So thank you so much. I hope you all, if you have more questions, of course, Chris is available in there. Then, of course, we have the whole substructure, and which is how do we actually pay for this all? This is all the other work. And Alex Tay is here, our treasurer, who has a big part of that, and also our finance committee, which is also Carrie and Scott as well. So we all work together in figuring out ways that we can move forward on this. So a big part of is our programming, but our mandate is a little bit larger than that. It's not only that we do foster the growth and development of our skaters, but we also foster the growth and development of the sport as a whole. So it's looking, and we do that through our programming, but it's also through supporting you, the clubs, and supporting our development of our coaches and our officials and our volunteers. So it is it's a big job. And as you know, as club presidents, a lot of it is behind the scenes, and that it's like the old duck furiously, the swans furiously pedaling underneath, but everything's nice and smooth as moving forward. So, of course, as part of that is how do we finance it? So financing, as in your clubs, is we're predominantly moving into grants and that sort of thing. And we'll get into more discussion about that. But just sort of, just to sort of get this warmed up, where do you think sort of our operating budget is? So if, let's say, 100 to 200. Do you think we're more than 200,000? Hands up. If you think we're more than 200. Or I guess we should do it the other way. More than 300? More than 400? 500? Well, there's still more. 600? Ah, good guesses. We're right on there. So our budget for this upcoming year is $449,000. So that's taking into account we are looking at all our grants, and of course, and we get positively coming back. So last year, our actual expenses last year, as you'll hear, we'll be talking about more of that at the actual AGM when we do the finance report. Our actual expenses last year were $384,000. We served a lovely number of 1,600, just over 1,600 members, which is a good increase from last year. And we have our 23 clubs. So you all are based on government funding as well as gaming grants, membership fees, and those sort of things. What kind of percentage do you think we are sort of sitting on in terms of government, our membership dues? We hear about how much are our membership dues? How much of our government funding? So it's always interesting to look at. So via sport, which you hear about mostly, That's our biggest stable funding partner. So Via Sport represents about a third of our funding. Other grants that we go chasing after, so this would be gaming grants, hosting grants, sport-specific grants, all types of grants that we chase after. Those grants really are sort of the bread and butter for us, a combination of all those grants. User fees represent an actual service. So for instance, you attend Academy, you pay a fee. That's user fees. Or you're taking a coaching course, and that's the fee. The membership fees are the part that we get when people register as a member, so as a coach, an official, an athlete, and whatnot. The other income there, that's kind of a little bit of a catch-all. One of the things that we do, for instance, for Canada Games, we purchased all of the skin suits, and then we sold them for exactly what we purchased them. So the other income area is kind of like a pass-through account, so it's kind of just goes straight through. But so it really is kind of a one-third, one-third, one-third relationship in terms of where our income comes from. So it's about a third from government funding, from Via Sport, which is straight government funding, a third in grants, and a third in membership fees and whatnot. Where do we spend it? That's always the big question. I'm going to show you, this is the overall, but I'm going to talk in a little bit more just about how it breaks down in terms of our programming and our areas areas of representation. So of course the big yellow one at the bottom there are wages and contracts. Of course, wages and contracts are our biggest thing. If we were making widgets, the materials for making widgets would be the biggest cost. Sorry, I'll move out of the way a little bit. What we do is we provide service. We provide a service. So we provide coaches, we provide knowledge, we provide all the other things. We provide Chris doing all the wonderful work that she does. So that obviously would be our largest component of our expenses. Professional development, that's around our coaches' development, our officials' development. Those are costs that are directly associated with those. Recognitions, facilities and equipment. We host events, so facilities and equipment becomes a big part. Travel is a big part. We have people that are coaches and officials that move around the province or move internationally. Those are go through there. Our administration costs, and that's more or less keeping the lights on costs. So these are things like storage of our equipment. These are also projects that we have that are specifically to develop, for instance, club development and whatnot. Strategic plan is a great one, so that's within administration. And we'll be talking about that in a little bit more. It's easier to see once we get into the breakdown around programming. Office expenses, we don't really have office per se, but we do have storage, and we do have expenses for the staff and other people that are in the office, so that sort of thing. So I always like to look at it of where we actually spend our money. So we spend our money within 3 different buckets mainly. So programs, which we talked about, athlete development, coach and official development, and events and competitions. That's our big outwardly facing areas. Our next bucket would be governance, and putting governance, that's policy and application, so the application of the policy. So for instance, safe sport, one that's big keywords that everyone, that we've been talking about a lot. So safe sport, so things around safe sport. So for instance, if there is a disciplinary situation, there are legal fees, there are et cetera, that go around those things. And that would be policy and application, that's in governance. Insurance is part of governance. And then our club support and club development would also be within that bucket as well. And then also the costs to keep the lights on. So that would be like accounting and all those kinds of things. So, and our third bucket, just around advocacy, we have both outwardly and inward communication. So communication being things like our website, things around just the promotion of the sport, like for instance, the I Can Skate Fast program, or that kind of thing. Membership development, which is helping out with triad events and those types of events. And external relations would be our relations to get out there and do those connections with other sport organizations. So for instance, something like what, just kudos to Kamloops in terms of their SWIFT program, reaching out to the new Canadians population. We're also going to be doing a program this fall, starting working with BC Deaf Sports, and doing some try-it days with their population. So it's those making those connections with other sport organizations that we can work towards. Chris, we also did some work with Cycling BC, not the year before last. That was that type of those external relations to expand our view. So putting into those buckets, essentially we spend about half of our money within programming. It's in those areas of athlete development, coach development, events. Moving into governance, it's about a third of our, just over a third of our goes in there. And advocacy and growth is about 11% right now. So that kind of breaking it down by the programs. Sorry, any thoughts or questions as I go there, but jumping in right away? Does that surprise anyone? So in our programming funding, this is sort of the breakdown. You can see that events obviously is the biggest expense. You all know that ice time is the biggest expense anywhere. That's always the area. These are the, and these are how we fund each of these programs. So events being the largest, of course, there's user fees, so the events go on the top. And then the breakdowns sort of are the government funding. You can see the programs that are funded mostly by governments and the ones that are funded mostly with user fees. So things like Fast Fun Friends and PAC, where we provide a lot of the services, are mostly funded there. Any sort of thoughts or questions along those? Any surprises? And then moving into governance and advocacy. The Club in the Box program, which we're really looking forward to, that Gil and Sylvie will be working on, we'll be talking more about this afternoon. This programs we got out and got grants for these ones. Safe Sport as well is funded mostly through, because they're new programs and coming up, they're funded strictly by us. Strategic planning, which is a big one we'll be working on this afternoon as well. The funding for that comes mostly through grants, but also we've taken some from the user fees. Salaries and contracts, again, we try to use that membership fee and our grants to move on that way. Communications as well, it's, you could see is mostly funded through our grants and whatnot. Of course, we can't charge, etc. So looking to the next year, I think one of the big thoughts that we're wanting to talk about in the next our next session that we're doing this afternoon is talking about our strategic plan and looking forward to this year. Budgets are always looking forward to this year, next year, and we also want to make sure that we're looking ahead 4 years as well. So I was hoping that we could have a little more conversation around the table. Budgets are typically kind of boring, especially right before lunch when we're all hungry and we want to start talking about other things. So I was hoping to get you all to start talking about our different, about budgets and about looking forward where Speed Skating BC should be spending their money. So on your tables, there's some pages there. With some questions that we can just talk about quickly. Yeah. So what I'd love you to do is to talk briefly with those two big questions. just amongst yourselves and brainstorm, and then we'll come back together in about 10 minutes and walk through them. And this is tie in with the strategic planning this afternoon.
All right, everyone. So let's, I think lunch is pretty close, so why don't we sum up here?
Try to talk.
There we go. All right, everyone. So, hey, well, lunch is almost ready, so let's maybe regroup here a little bit. All right, so just speaking on the question of sustainability, or no, sorry, where we should be spending our money. Right now, this is sort of the breakdown there. So coming around to your different tables, is there any table that would like to sort of pop up and speak of where we should be spending our money? Maybe we'll start over here with you guys. You're still writing?
Keeping speed skating accessible financially.
Oh, I think we're on the sustainability.
I was
the
still
other
writing
one.
while you were talking.
There we go. Where we should be spending our money.
Where should we prioritize? We think we should focus more on club support.
On club support.
Governance, teaching clubs governance, coaching, resources, things like that.
Excellent.
Can't worry about membership if you don't have somebody to take care of those things, right?
Right. I like that. Anything to add from?
Yeah, I think in terms of sustainability, the biggest one for us is coach and official development. Just kind of look at the, I want to say like average age and kind of the intake of a lot of our coaches, a lot of our officials. And in terms of sustainability, we need to have coaches and officials 30, 40 years from now.
Yeah.
To be supporting that.
Coach and official. Yay! Yay, Sandy! Actually, table back here. In terms of or where we should be spending the money.
We actually only tackled one question, which was keeping skating accessible financially.
Okay, great. So we'll come back there.
Yeah.
Excellent. So that's good. Alex, your table. Alex and Janet and Marion.
Okay. Well, I mean, to go to the three things, first one was programs, obviously we want to keep things going because it's been working. We want to keep the sport growing. As far as advocacy, that was increased marketing and also increased retention, because we can't have an attrition rate higher than our retention rate, right, or our recruitment rate. And finally, more club support, because obviously every club has different challenges. Some need more ice, some need more people, more coaching.
Yeah.
So maybe even traveling coaches or virtual coaches to help the volunteer coaches who are actually on the ice in the smaller communities. And finally, for governance, more transparency, increased transparency, because we, like in all sports, are going to be under further scrutiny when families start to look at things regarding their budgets. And if we go into the forecasted tougher times in the next coming months, that is going to be very prime in people's minds.
So transparency in terms of how money is spent, or how much it will cost,
How
or
money is spent, how much it will, what you can expect to spend, because now we're going to be competing with other, other sports,
Yeah.
right? And also our safety record, what did we do during COVID, for example? What do we do to keep kids safe? Well, what do we do about background checks to make sure that your kids
Right.
are safe as well?
So
Our
in
rule
that
of two,
governance,
the rule of two, and how we've, it's basically part of how we live and breathe in our clubs, right? This sort of thing, I think we underestimate the importance of these other factors when a parent or a family is deciding on how to fund their kids' recreation activities.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you're right. There is going to be definitely more scrutiny within that area. So I think the communication side, or that advocacy side, is going to be very important for us as an organization to really move forward. Over Barb's table, James looks like he's the spokesman.
We didn't really get to that question, but we briefly jotted down kids, prioritize your funding
On the kids, prioritizing on the kids.
Also with coaching, coach development.
Yeah.
That's
So that's on the prioritizing there.
prioritizing. That was about all we got.
Excellent. Okay. There we go. I'm seeing Scott. Oh, yeah, there we go. Aaron's going to be the spokesperson.
So with this question, I was able to write down 4 things, repeating some of the other tables' comments about club support, keeping clubs sustainable, so making sure that succession planning kind of thing, coaches and everything. We also discussed ice time with all the other high priority clubs with hockey and figure skating, making sure, rink sizes, those kind of things, kind of trying to see what's available in the community for those. Communication and member development, like someone mentioned with coaches and officials. Another kind of interesting point that was brought up was our relationship with the community.
Right.
So being able to bring the community together to support us, the demographics that are in each area, certain types of people like that. I heard marketing was one thing too. And that kind of segued into our next question that you had for us.
Excellent.
We wrote down a couple more things.
All right. So I think what I'm hearing is the programming, we seem to be doing good support within the programming. We can increase the amount of support that we're doing, or keep working on the officials and coach development, but also making sure we're really working on that exterior increase on the advocacy area. I think that's what I'm hearing. And it's interesting, as I was walking around, there's a number of people talking about ice time, which I think is going to come into this next question too, and which might sit very clearly on the advocacy side for our organization to really start working on that advocacy side. Why don't I start? Erin, shall I start with you and we'll go backwards? So you get to say the first word this time.
So
This is how do we keep our sport accessible for people?
We wrote these 2 things down within the last 2 minutes of conversation, but revenue generation, community, and club best practices.
Great. There we go. Coming over to James.
Is this for more of like speed skating BC or club level?
You know what? I think a lot of it ties in because if we're supporting clubs, then yeah. So.
I mean, speed skating is a very affordable sport to begin with, comparatively to a lot of other winter sports. Ice times are a factor, or like ice costs are always a factor for everyone. There's really no way to offset it other than grants. Help with grant writing would be fantastic. But other than that, it's making sure all the clubs have safety equipment to keep it affordable for all the families coming into the sport, so they don't have a lot of extra costs. And like if other clubs have an excess of equipment and a club that has a deficit, can there be some rental in between clubs or some sharing of equipment?
Yeah.
If I can add a piece.
Yeah.
So as an adult coming into the sport late and talking to other adults who are kind of on the fence of wanting to try and things like that, the barriers have to be low. And I did find in the earlier years, kind of like pre-COVID years, barriers to get into any kind of short track or any kind of racing for adults was really, really high.
Okay.
It keeps all the on the fence adults out of falling in love with going racing and stuff like that. So
just in terms of the actual entry.
So yeah, and also too, like you got to go sign up here and on this, and then even like kind of ice reg things, and then this and this and this insurances and things like that. It's enough to add up to turn people off.
Right.
Doing it if they just want to try a 500 meter race or something like that. Right.
Then it's not right.
So less hoops.
Less hoops. Okay.
People in, and then you can put lots of hoops.
Once they're hooked.
Yeah.
Awesome. Janet, your table. There we go.
We just talked about potentially looking at like a big sponsor at some point. And then the other thing I just thought of is maybe this is available already, but coming from someone who's wasn't in the sporting world before this, I work in healthcare, so grants are completely out of my wheelhouse. I don't even know where, like if our club was looking for money, where I would go to find out who has grants available. Right. So maybe some sort of list or something of like, if your club is looking to make these purchases, consider applying for grants to these certain places. Like, yeah, maybe you have all this information already. You probably do, but I don't know where to find it.
Okay, perfect. I think that might be Club in the Box.
Yeah. I'm counting on this Club in a Box.
No pressure, guys.
Yeah.
No. Sorry, go ahead.
Building on that from our club, what we have done, we found that there's some families that just can't afford our rates, obviously. So what we have started was actually give them opportunities, like give them opportunities to apply for these grants, especially the kids, like kids sport, athletics for sports, and Jumpstart. Those we've given them access to go and apply for it, and then if for some reason they can only get a certain amount of that, then we will assist them in giving them time to pay the rest of it.
Right.
So have the club actually give some kind of opportunities for them to make it easier for them to be in the sport. And even if they try it for a year, great. If they can't do it next year, at least they know how to get that grant again. So the more you're in it, the more as you grow, what I found from these kids sport and stuff is that you automatically get it easier once you get it through the door.
Yeah.
So that information, not a lot of parents know.
Okay, so from a provincial service side, you said we would try to really
enhance kids sport and Jumpstart, and just make sure that.
And from a club perspective.
Make sure it's super easy through our registration process.
Yeah,
and
for the registrations and stuff, because, and it's a little difficult when you wanna do that
It
through
is.
Ice Reg.
It is.
So we've done some innovative
We've
stuff
done-
to
yeah.
get around that
Yeah.
and work it out.
Okay.
So.
Great. Yeah. Awesome. Did we get, did we do your, no, we're on that. Okay, there we go.
So the conversation started initially with probably a sentiment that every person involved in a club in this province deals with when they look at their budget, is that 99% of it is ice. And so trying to charge fees to your members to cover the ice costs. And then there's a tiny little sliver left over, maybe if you're lucky, for something else. And everybody's so dependent on individual grants for each club. And so there's always pressure to increase fees as ice fees go up. And often when ice fees go up, sometimes availability goes down, or every year you're scrambling to get the our ice time, we just keep the 7 hours a week, and there's always pressure from other sports groups. So the challenge is how to keep the lower fees for sort of the new, the young, the grassroots athletes, maybe again, less of the pointy end of the field. That's a different group of members. But for the active, I want to just come out from a recreational health enjoyment perspective, how to keep the fees lower for them. And so every couple of years when we see SSC fees go up, and then we see SSA fees go up, it's like, and then the ice fees go up, it is challenging for parents to look at that number and say, oh my God, I'm gonna spend $1,500 on club fees this year. So it's crazy. So could you do family discounts? Burnaby does that. Second members get a discount. Third members get another discount. Could you do early registration discounts? I don't know if that's advantageous or not. At least then clubs could maybe do a bit more financial planning because they'll know what's coming in the door.
Right.
I know Ice Reg has been a challenge in prior years trying to do the early registration. I think that's on the club though, to get their act organized in Ice Reg. So, but that's my understanding, is that if the club gets it set up, they can do it early and they can do early registration. Could you offer a discount? I don't know if that's going to work or not. Sponsorship. Can we get some large corporation or entity that's interested in sponsoring the sport across the province, similar to like Intact at the SSC level? Can we do something at the provincial level? Is there a way to maybe harmonize grant applications between all the clubs so that there's like, one way to do it to benefit all clubs, instead of every single club having to go and do the same paperwork every year for the game? I don't know, but maybe that's part of the advocacy.
Yeah.
So can SSBC be more of a voice to corporations that want to look at sponsorship to the province via sport, et cetera, to try and get something that's a bit more one-stop shop, so that it can filter down to all the clubs, instead of all of us trying to individually speak our hey, me, and ask all of our asks. Can we combine it into one big ask, or two big asks that this group facilitates?
I think those are two really good ones. I'm just going to talk on the sponsorship one for just one question. You always hear this one, how do you sponsor? Find a sponsor. So I always think that that's a really interesting one to talk about, and I think that there's some real advantages. Well, it's a tricky one, because sponsorship at a provincial level or a national level,
as Dave can attest to, it's a different ball of wax than getting a sponsor for your event or for your club. Because at that level, we are offering there's a different level of what needs to be offered. At a provincial level, so at your club level, as we were just talking with Shadi, you get every member in the club to they know two people, they know Bob's Garage, they know the manager at Save On Foods, they know, so you can do that way. We can do that at a provincial level, but then we would be stepping on your toes for your sponsorships. So what we have to do is we come in at a provincial level with a bid package and with a professionally managed ask. Typically, that comes through a consultant or it comes through a staff person. So that's expensive, either way.
But that's an investment.
But it is. It's an investment.
Could be an
So
investment of a year. Like you can spend
exactly.
that 1 year, prepare the package, use it.
So that's a deliberate. So when we're talking about where should we spend our money, is that something we want to do? Do we want to take $30,000 and plop that into that, and then really try to find that we might have a return? So that's the sort of decision that So thank you for bringing up sponsorship, because it's one of those things. Oh, let's just find a sponsor. It's not. It's work. It's work, and it's a big investment for sure.
But I mean, one of the questions that, and I think I've mentioned this before, I've spoken to some previous employers, and one of the things that they said was that we had a clean program. And you know what I mean by clean.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's exactly what she said.
Exactly.
That's what the CFO said to me, that they did not want a hockey, gymnastics, or swimming scandal attached to their name if we're gonna ask for money, and they sure as heck don't want it after they've written the check. So, for that, we need to probably get our house in order, probably do the survey to find out whether or not anyone has had any problems. And that means everyone in the organization. We could start with staff, executives. Have you ever had any problems? And then, have you experienced, have you been a subject of that, right? That's the easiest way, rather than say,
well, I think we're making a really significant commitment to safe sport and through our safe sport programs.
And then
so
from there,
that's
we
definitely.
and then from there we can ask. We can make the big ask.
I think we're really lucky that we're starting to see a lot of work on that at the national level, right?
Yeah.
So SSC has done a lot of work to try and address governance, safe sport, making sure that, again, we're the clean sport, as it were, and we have a good reputation that everyone's welcome, everyone contributes, everyone participates, and I think we should leverage that. I mean, why do you think SSC got, was it $4 million to host events?
Yeah.
Because we have a good standing with the federal government, so let's try to do the same thing with the provincial government.
Awesome.
Sponsor.
Okay, so we are getting, sorry, I'm way over time. So I think these are, did we want to add anything quickly down at Kamloops, the backyard?
Yeah, I can keep this really short. Sandy and Gillian were talking about fundraisers at the SSC AGM, where you're splitting proceeds between clubs and athletes at convention
interesting.
Provincial level. It's been very successful here. As well, we're talking about getting adult skaters on board, but also retaining adult skaters or skaters in university has been difficult because it's expensive to do speed skating just a little bit.
Yes.
Beer league speed skating.
Yeah.
So, partnering with universities, things like priority class registration could help with that.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh, good one. And Fort St. John. Sorry, did I cut you off?
But we want you to do it.
Oh, thanks.
I think Carrie had her hand up.
I just wanted just to get on track.
Yes, Carrie was just saying, no.
We were having, it was a great conversation. I think a lot of these conversations that were happening will be in the roundtables this afternoon.
So just a couple things to add. We also had finding sponsorship partners provincially. We do a pretty good job at our local club, but it would be nice. We talked about the logistics of that. The only other thing is we thought focusing on quantity of membership fees, the quality of membership, keeping the fees low versus higher prices of fees and having lower membership. We've seen that scale a little bit where fees get too high, then we have people not signing up because they have to pick and choose, versus trying to keep fees as low as we can to encourage a more diverse amount of membership coming in for different events and stuff like that.
Exactly.
So that was it.
Excellent. So I hope all of this sort of spurred you on. I can see there was lots of good discussion spurred you on for our talk this afternoon, talking about strategic planning. As we start, I want to make sure that finance was also in your mind as well there, as we're starting to think all that. So thank you all very much. We're going to have lunch now, and sorry for the break. It's going to be a little bit shorter,
because we went over on this area, so we would like to get back at 1 o'clock if we can. Is everyone okay with that, taking lunch down to only 40 minutes? Okay? Please help yourself to lunch over here. There's lots of buzz to eat outside, and thank you everyone.
I'm just.
Oh yeah, Kelly. Is there a way to like pause it?
That would be my cut.
so they're still like pretty soft, I think. But, it's gonna be another. If it's not like round of 10 ones, it's probably better just get into this because I don't think you